Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night if you're just heading to bed, if you're in America and whatnot. But hello and hi, how is everybody today? I don't know why I'm sounding like some sort of like TV presenter, but whatever, let's go with it. Yeah, hi, we are live with Adventurerathon. I can't believe it's actually here, like a month of stress and planning, and I'm just like, oh my god, we're here. But at least I can tell that I'm now live because Ren has immediately popped up in the comments going, hi! So I'm like, ooh. Because that's always like that fear when you press the button to go live and then you're like, am I live? Or is there like nobody here? But I can see that there are people. And so we have reading Ren. I don't know why I tried to roll my R's. We all know that I can't do that. So why did I even try? So we have Ren. We have Meredith. Hi. We have Erin. We have... My brain has just gone completely dead. I do know I know your name. My brain's trying to say Jen, but I don't think it is. But hello. We have a name that I don't recognise. So hello, Sugar Paint. Do you prefer to be called that, or do you have another name that you prefer? I can't guarantee that I'll remember it, but I do know that I will say hello. Hello, Tracy. Yeah, I decided to start these sprints a bit earlier, like in the day for me, because I thought, well, you know, I know that a lot of the guys that are excited about Adventurerathon are in Australia. And I was like, well, if I start my sprints at like 6 p.m., that's sort of 3, 4 a.m. for most of you guys. So I was like, let's start a bit earlier for the European crowd. And then we can get the Aussies in. And then hopefully by the time I finish later, the sort of American group can then join in. I also apologize in advance. The lighting is going to be really terrible because it's overcast and cloudy today, which is fantastic. And when I tried to do it so that I had my laptop open for comments and the banners and things, and that I was going to do the audio and video on my phone. And all that happened is my phone just started screaming at me, and there was really awful feedback. And I was like, okay, that's not going to work. So yeah, we're just going to have like me doing this at the camera occasionally to try and, there you go, brighten it up and actually show my face. Becca, I'm so sorry. I know I knew that, so I don't know why I got that wrong. Hello, Ella. Awesome, I'll call you that. Hello, Bethany. So yeah, first weekend of the readathon. How is everybody's reading going? I have had a very slow start to the readathon. I was at work on the 30th of May. I've just started a new job. I've gone from being at home where I'm sat down a lot to I'm doing a job where I'm on my feet for sort of 12 to 13 hours a day, including all my travel. And having Crohn's disease and doing that and bending over and doing a lot of lifting and things, I had a really, really bad flare-up on the 31st of May. And for basically like the last 4 days, I've just been dealing with the aftermath of that. I was supposed to be at work yesterday, and when I woke up in the morning, I was not in a good shape, so I ended up not going. Touch wood. I don't have any wood to touch right now. Erin, I know you're thinking things right now. I don't have anything to touch, but touch wood, I should be okay. Today I've woken up, I've got a little bit of pain. I've taken painkillers, so I should be good, but we shall see. But yeah, I didn't actually start reading until yesterday. Chloe from Chloe Reads Books did a 12-hour celebration thing because she hit 3K. And I started Bloodmarked by Tracy Dion, book 2 in the Legendborn series. And I got 125 pages in. And I am going to run out of tabs by the time I get to the end of this book, because you can already see how many I've got in there. And yeah, not even a quarter of the way through it yet. So yeah, but other books, I've got my Sudoku down here with me, so I might switch to the audio of Daughter of the Siren Queen and do a bit of Sudoku. And I also have my ebook e-reader, and I've got In the Lives of Puppets by TJ Klune. And that's gone dark again. Hi, I'm just randomly waving at you all. In the Lives of Puppets. And there is another ebook that I've got. Oh, I've got the 32-page Smutty Pirate book that Ren suggested. So that might get read a little bit later. I don't know. Maybe. So yeah, those are kind of like rough ideas for my reading. And then when I don't want to read, I have some journaling to do. I've started doing my setup for this month. So I've got like, obviously, first thing I needed to do was get my calendar done, but I've been tea staining my bullet journal pages, so they're ready to now set up properly. And I've got a video to record and a video to edit. So that's all going to be going on through these sprints. So yeah, let me know what you guys are going to be up to and reading. Hey, Zoe. Tracy's had a slow start. Slow start too. Hopefully the sprints will help. Hope so. And I hope they help for you as well. That is absolutely fair. What I was going to do before we start the first sprint, and I've just realized I didn't set up a timer this morning because of the tech issues I was having. But when we start the sprint, before we start, I'm going to take you through like the forms and everything, just to make sure everyone knows where they are and how to get onto them. And I checked them this morning, and someone has already completed their entire path, and I was just like, whoa. Like, someone on the announcement video did say that they were gunning for every single path, and they were like, oh, I read a lot. And in my brain, I was like, yeah, cool, sure you do. Because, you know, I was like, that's, if they do every single book for every single path, that's, well, just doing the main ones, I suppose that's pretty doable. Because that's what I can't do my 4 times table. 28 books. So I was like, okay, that's a stretch and a push, but doable. But if they do like all the 77, and then the fact that they, if this is the same person and they've already loved the first 4 books, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, they're going to do that fine. That's not going to be a problem. But I was like, what? 2 books is amazing. How did you find them? Have you enjoyed them both? And yeah, take it easy. If you've got a headache, drink plenty of water. Try to avoid caffeine, and here's me with a cup of tea in front of me. But fingers crossed, it's going to go well for you. Ooh, Meredith's done the Assassin's Weapon and Holy Warriors. I'm loving this combo. I think there's like 2 people now that I've seen that have combined Holy Warrior and Assassin. I'm just like, that is such an amazing combo. Like, I've combined Pirate and Sovereign to create the Pirate King. I don't know why I've decided my character, even though she's female, is going to be the Pirate King. But hey ho, Pirates Caribbean did it, so I'm doing it. But yeah, my character, like, you know, I've got Pirate and King, Sovereign. But I am going to try and do it in order, because I don't want to be halfway through each one and be like, oh, crap, my character is nothing. Zoe, finished 1 book so far. That's awesome. Did you enjoy it? Did you get on with it? Yeah, but I feel like, is 9 a.m. really the time for smart? I feel like I'm going to get people be like, there's no such thing as no wrong time for smart or something. I've just had a bleep. That will be Max. Yeah, it is Max. Thank you, Max. Yeah, so just literally a couple of tea bags in a little thing of water. Cold water makes the effect more yellow. Warm water makes it more brown. And I just went for the yellow, and then I'm going to go over it with the brown later. So or you can use coffee as well to create a darker page effect. And then, yeah, I just sort of rub it over the page, and then occasionally I just do a couple of splodges just to give it a bit of a patchy effect. Whoop, whoop. That's awesome. Have you been enjoying your book so far? I have. Max just commented as well saying about it. I did. I dyed my hair. It's now blue. Well, it was supposed to be like this kind of blue that you can see on the roots, where it's like quite a vibrant. But obviously, because I had the red dye in before, it's kind of gone more of a purpley color. So it's really awesome because we've got like bits where it's purple, bits where it's like midnight blue, and then bits where that like bright electric blue comes through. And the overall effect, I didn't like it at first, but I'm starting to really like it. But I'm going to get another dye next week that's going to be like a Manic Panic one, just to put over the top, just to try and bring more of the blue through. Mostly because I'm going to, on the 16th, I'm going to Birmingham for an event for 80s. They're releasing a new album, and it's my first time supporting them with their new album. And there's like a meetup in Birmingham. So I was like, well, the leader of the group is my favorite, and he has blue hair right now. And I was like, I've been wanting to go back to blue hair for ages. So I saw it as a sign to go back to blue. But yes, thank you very much. It's the darkest my hair has ever been. I up until now, I've only ever dyed it sort of either very bright, vibrant colors or blondes, because I am naturally blonde. So going this like almost black, was quite terrifying. This morning, I was saying like, oh yeah, nobody knows. I haven't said that I've dyed it. And Ren was like, I will make sure everyone knows. Yeah, it's very witchy. That's no worries. I'll know what you meant. Don't worry. And you can always go back, and if you want to fill it again and put in brackets or something, but don't worry about it. But I'm glad you found the form. Nice. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. Bear with me, guys, 1 second. I was just letting my uncle know because I forgot to actually tell him that I'm going to be on live today, and obviously it's the living room, so he comes in and out through the day. And I was like, I don't want him to get confused. Like, why am I just talking to myself? So you might hear him in the background.
Cat needs looking after.
Like that. I'm doing the same because this is the longest on the TBR for the month, which is 560, I think, 550. So this is the longest one for the month, and I'm struggling with physical reading right now. Wave at you guys again. There we go. So yeah, I'm doing the exact same thing. So good luck. We didn't want Max to be alone. Enjoying doing too. Yeah. Yay, that's so we always want to start off with like enjoyable, fun books.
Spot goes to the farm.
That's children's, not middle grade.
My first ABC book. Yeah,
my uncle's being annoying. I said about middle grade, and he was like, Spot goes to the farm. And I'm like, that's children's. And he was like, my first ABC's. Like, shut up. That's actually awesome. So yours is kind of similar to mine, where it's like mine's a pirate, but they didn't kill the Pirate King. It was just they were voted in. But that's awesome. I'm loving all the backstories, and like on Discord, so, like some of you have just really been going for it and like uploaded. Like Bert has uploaded a photo that he drew himself of his character, and it's just like, that's amazing. It's just so cool. I'm still kind of shell-shocked that there are this many people doing the readathon and actually excited. And I'm just like, wow, something I created is like out in the world being enjoyed. And it's kind of freaking me out, but it's a good freak out. I am both not surprised and also, oh God. Of course you have. I mean, that would be kind of interesting if they were the same character and in love. That'd be like, do they have, like, is it someone with DID and they've got two personalities in love with each other? That would be a very interesting, complex relationship. But no, if they're two separate characters, that makes things a bit easier. But of course, that has to be romance in there. Hi, Paige. How are you? No, I just did a sneaky dye job without telling anyone because I was like, I don't know. The accent? The accents? Oh, with me and my uncle. Or is it, did I accidentally start copying? Because something, I was on a video call with Ren, was it yesterday? And at one point, like, I was lying on the pavement and there was like loads of ants and I said something and I can't remember what I said. And Ren just went, wow, you sounded Australian then. It's like, because I'm talking to you too much. I mean, there's no such thing. But I am noticing, like, I've started to pick up some inflections. Yeah, me and my uncle constantly have banter going on. Yeah, it was my obsession when I was a kid. I'm still salty that I went on holiday as a child and I had a little teddy bear that was a spot teddy bear and it got lost in one of the caves over in Spain. And so either he's still chilling out in a cave in Spain and has become like, you know, some weird like thing, and he's become like a little cave monster and a cave gremlin, or some child picked him up and took him home and he's had a really happy, fulfilling life. I hope he's happy. I hope someone looked after him. But I was a wreck for the entirety of that holiday. My parents could not calm me down. I was like 4, just letting you know. It wasn't like I was 10 or 11. I was like a tiny kid, just like, yeah. Yep, I'm going to talk you through that in a second. I probably should put that in the description as well while we're doing it because, like, there's a few things I forgot to do. But yes, it is also in the announcement video in the description. I've done a link to a G drive where there's all sorts, but I'll show you in a moment and do it. That was it. I was like, now? Or something like that. And I was just like, oh, I was lying down and I was like, I'm going to get ants all over me now. And Ren was just like, what? Hello, Rachel, and welcome. Awesome to see you. Right, so let's see. I am going to share this window. Right. So this is the Google Drive. So when you go onto it, we have Adventurerathon. Can everyone see that first of all? Just give me a little yep that you can see when I go onto it. Or shall I? Wait, no, I'm going to do that differently. Bear with me. I'm going to do the tab rather than... Yeah, that'll be better. That's better. You can actually see that now. Right, so when you go on to the drive, we have Adventurerathon here. And then this is just generic bits. So if you want to know how the points work, it shows you. And then that's just going to not show you that tab that I just clicked. Because why not? But you've got things like the Adventurerathon points, the rules. So if there's anything that has cropped up, in things like where Meredith asked if we can double up on prompts. So I've added that in. Someone else on Discord asked if they can read books that they've already started, and I've added that into the rules because I've said yes, but only if you've still got a significant portion of the book, like sort of 75% of the book to go, because otherwise it'd be a bit not quite right if you've only got like 10 pages left. It's got things like the rules and the challenges, and Erin asked about doing the prompts with plain text, so all of that's there. But then the important bit is June 2023. So you go into that folder, we have all of the pathways here. So Assassin, it's just got your quests and side quests in there. Then we have these forms. So the response forms, you guys won't be able to see the giveaway entry form because that's got personal private data. Because one of the giveaway responses is to give me your email address, and obviously I'm not going to let everyone see that, so only I will see that, and it will get deleted and removed from all of my platforms as soon as the readathon is over. You have my promise on that one, because GDPR and protection. But we have books completed, so I'll take you through that one first. I just pressed the wrong thing. I'm still pressing the wrong things. I feel like a teacher again. This is really freaky. That one. Complete with the teacher who doesn't know how to do any of the tech and just fumbles. So this one's the optional form. You don't have to fill it, but it's just for me so I can put some stats together towards the end of the month. And it's just a simple one with your name or your username. Click on which path you're doing. So obviously if you're a mage, you would click mage. Why didn't I just do pirate? Because that's what I'm doing. Duh. So let's go with pirate because I actually can remember the prompts. So click on pirate and then put your adventurer's name if you want to. Which part of your path you're logging. So say I'm logging Blood Marked by Tracy Dion. I would put that in my tool because it has sword on the cover. So prompt, I would write sword on the cover, book, Blood Marked, Tracy Dion. It helps to put the author name, especially if there's another book with the same title, but you don't have to. But that's literally just it. And that's just, like I said, I can just put some fun little stats in for you. And then the other optional form that we have, I was holding this and you guys can't even see it. Is just sort of pages. Yes, Miss K. Beth Bookish. No, not Paige. Meredith. That's Miss Patrick. I'll have you know. And then the second one says giveaway entry form. This is the one that again technically is optional. And for this one, that is not what I just clicked. So why did it do that? Giveaway entry form. There we go. That's more like it. So the giveaway entry form, again, optional, because if you don't really want to join the giveaways and you're not really bothered about logging points or tracking points, you don't need to worry about this one at all. But if you do want to be in the chance of winning, I think I said it was like $30, well, £30 worth if you're international. And then if you're UK, it'll be £20 worth of books and then something from the My Candle shop. So like I said, each time you reach 500 points, again, if you're not sure about points, don't forget to double check the document that I said where it's got the points breakdown. And on these lives and stuff, like after the first sprint, I'll be doing a couple of little mini games and things where you might be able to earn some extra points for yourselves. Not might, you will. And then with the entry form, as soon as you hit 500 points, so like I said in the announcement video, as soon as you've done your 4 main prompts, that's immediately 500 points. And then side quests are worth X amount, etc., etc. It's just fill in your name. Like I said, contact email, or if you're not comfortable giving your email, if you just give me your username on whatever platform. So like me, it'll be at kbethbookish, Twitter, email, Twitter and Instagram. And then I just ask you to just break down the points. So if you've done your 4 pathways, I just ask you to just put the tool, the book, the skill, the book, just so I can see, right, okay. And then if you did like the scavenger hunt and I say you got 4 right, you'd be like, okay, that's 200 points, for example. And then it just says that you consent to me contacting you and dealing with you. And then, yeah. So I've had one person, like I said, who's already responded and has filled in their first 500. So we have 1 entry already to the giveaway, which blows my mind a little bit. Just see a comment further down. Let's go all the way back up. I think we were here. Yeah. Spot in the Spanish cave. Yeah. Can't remember what I said for yeps, but yep. You're welcome. I didn't even think about that, to be honest, because I tried to make the graphics as like visible and as clear as possible. But then I was like, yeah, that's actually a really good shout. So at least for future ones, I've now got that in my brain. These students aren't horrible at all. Like, there's not even the slightest bit. Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe. That's still not horrible. That's just inappropriate, which I didn't mind when my students were inappropriate, because that kind of, I could shut that down. It was when they were doing things like throwing furniture at me and swearing at me and having me lock myself in my room for my own safety. That's when they were problematic. Oh no, don't. Games, Sasha isn't here. Sasha's just going to pop up now and be like, hi. Yeah, it's only going to be little silly things like, when we have a book cover and you've got to replace a word with a silly word, and the ones that make me laugh will get points, which means probably everyone will get points, kind of thing. And just maybe a couple of general trivia, fantasy or adventurer quizzes, that kind of thing. Nah, you guys are fine. Hey Ash, thank you very much. How are you? Hope you're good. Yeah, throw hugs and blankets. And cats. No, not cats. Cats scratch. They panic. And I would say books, but books, if I don't catch them, would hurt. So hugs, blankets, teddies, marshmallows and snacks, all welcome. Furniture, fists, hot drinks, bottles, not fun. Erasers whenever my back was turned, not good. I beg to differ. I disagree very much. Right, we are almost at the, and he said halfway point. That's like 6 hours away yet. But we are almost at 9:30, well, 9:30 my time. So I'm just going to quickly load up the timer. What would people prefer, a 30-minute, a 45, or a 1-hour sprint? Let me know in the comments and I will get that all set up. I'll be doing a mix of sprints through the day. Like when it gets to my lunchtime, I'll be doing an hour sprint so I can eat and things. And well, for the Aussie crowd, you probably won't care about this because you'll be in bed by this point, or you better be in bed by this point. Not that I'm threatening you, but you better be. But at sort of 2:00 my time, I'll be disappearing for 2 hours because the Formula One is on. and I will be going and watching that, and then I'll come back and continue sprinting. 45, need to cook dinner. 45, 45, 45. Okay. Also, there is an open invite if anyone would like to join me after the next sprint. I just wanted to explain a few things with this one, but if anyone wants to join me on the live and be like a little chatty buddy, that is more than awesome. And just send me a message and I will send you the link. Ooh, we've got new things. Nighttime countryside. That'll do. I've been obsessed with Korea lately, so we'll have that one. 45. And then the sound, we'll have Wren's Piss Poor Birds. Yeah, jumping around, that's absolutely fine. We care, we love you. But no, it's fine. Jump away. I'm not going to make a tit of myself and start like singing random songs in my... No. Yeah, exactly. It is not. It's really not that bad. You are just so dramatic. Right. Okay. Share screen. Yeah, we're not just going to leave Ren on there. Yeah, Meredith asked me if I wanted to watch The Lord of the Flies and join in with, because where I studied it for so long at school, and I was just like, no. I'm good. I appreciate the offer, but no. Right, I'm gonna read and have some breakfast because my stomach is grumbling at me. So yes, I'm sure you'll be fine. So yeah, let us know in the comments what you're going to be reading, and I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Okay, I don't know if you guys heard that, but that wasn't piss poor. that was quite good. For some reason, when it goes off on Ren's channel, it just like has one tweet and then disappears, but it did all right. Anyway, I hope your guys' reading went better than mine, because mine was non-existent. I had food, so Ren, you'll be happy to know I ate. I had a mugshot, which is like a soup with pasta in it. So I had that with some bread. And then I watched the end of Hotel Transylvania 2. And I read through the comments, made some notes on a couple of bits, and played on my phone. So it's going great for me so far. Let's bring me back onto the screen so you can actually see me. That would help. We've got a few new people have joined, and a few people have, or at least one person has left. So just before we went, Erin was saying about, I think, is this the, I can't remember the name of the group now. Last to Read Book Club Enclave. What's the book for this month? I'm late joining, so my brain's just like, ugh. But yeah, I do that sometimes. It's like, I have no idea what I thought about this thing, but whatever I said at the time, I'll just stick with that. Oof. Yeah, no, that 6-day work week. I struggle. I'm only on a 2-day work week, and I struggle with that some weeks. But that's because obviously I've got 2 days where I'm in working, and then I usually do at least 2 to 3 days where I'm doing YouTube stuff at home. And then obviously the candle business, I've taken a break, but now that I'm getting back into it, I'm back onto that at least 1 to 2 days a week. I keep thinking there's a bit of hair sticking out. It's not, it's the corner of the photo frame. So I keep thinking it's a little bit of my hair, and I'm trying to smooth it down. And it's just not. That's going to annoy me. Yeah, I immediately started that sprint with taking a drink of my tea, and it had gone cold. So that was not a very pleasant start. Tracy, reading Dark Rise by C.S. Pacat. I really want to read that. I wanted to read that for the readathon, and if I run out of time, no, not if I run out of time, if I manage to get through my TBR, I will get to that one this month, because it does look really cool. But yeah, I think I suggested that one in the recommendation video as a character on the run, so I definitely, it fits. It literally starts on the blurb, it says that he's on the run. So Foul Lady Fortune by Chloe Gong. I know that Becca's gone to bed now, so How to Kill Men and Get Away with It. Very specific. Hello, Stephanie. Welcome. Hey, Jonah. Take a wild guess as to who just rolled out of bed and is now staring into the depths of his coffee. I'm guessing that will be you, Jonah. I mean, that's not too late, because that was, what, 11 a.m. for you? Just calling you out in front of everybody. That's not too bad. Like, when I'm not working, that's about my usual get-up time. Sort of 10:30, 11 in the morning. And then I tend to stay up later at night. Yeah, Becca went to bed because it was like 3, 4 in the morning for her. And I was like, go to sleep. Hopefully I'll still be sprinting. We never know. Hello, going to be a pirate, but I'm on Team Pirate for Once Upon a Readathon. I've never even heard of that one. That sounds cool. Changing your mind to mage. Awesome. What book have you started with? Hi, Zara. Am I right? Zara, I think. I know I've seen you around in various places. I'm sure that's your name. But then again, I thought Becca was Jen, so my brain could be wrong. That changed in like 24 hours. Who knows why we do anything in this weird and wonderful, crazy world? But if you're having fun with it, that's the important thing. Plus, I just love playing around with TBRs. I very rarely stick to my TBRs, but I love creating them. Like, that's one of my toxic traits. I create TBRs knowing I have no intention of ever completing them. but I build them anyway. It's like my TBR game. I'm like, why am I doing this? There is no point to me doing this. And yeah, I still do it because it's fun to play the game. Yes, so this one, Jonah replied saying about checking out the recommendation video, but just in case you either didn't know about it or haven't had time to have a look, I did go back through it and double checked. So I'm doing, for the coronation prompt, I'm doing You Should See Me in a Crown by Leah Johnson, because that's all about prom queen. So I'm like, well, that surely will have a coronation in it because someone's going to be announced as the prom queen. But The Cruel Prince, that has a coronation in it. A Deal with an Elf King by Elise Cover starts with a wedding and a coronation. And then there is, I can't remember if it's like a big deal, like not big deal. I know that there is a new royal in Wistress by Nadine Brandes, but that was one that I myself don't have a lot of recommendations for. But those are like the 4 that I have as recs. And if none of those appeal, if anyone else wants to comment, any sort of decent books or any books you recommend that have coronations, that'd be awesome. But yes, thanks for the shout out about the recommendation video. If you are still struggling, still picking books, then obviously go on to my channel. There's the recommendation video. I have over 150 books, and that thing took me 3 days to edit. It was ridiculous. That would have been interesting. Ooh, yummy. What did you have? Hey! I got a couple of chapters left in Sweet Berries. That, to me, sounds like a book that's either going to be really cutesy and sweet and cottagecore, or it's going to be like a how to murder everybody and gore fest. Nice. Awesome. Put on tea and read 4 chapters. Fantastic. You guys are already doing better than I did. Woke up, got some coffee, journaling now while brain is still booting up like an old dial-up system. I feel like that's how I am in the morning. I have this, like, I call it the processing hour. I usually wake up an hour before I need to get up. And that hour is just spent with me trying to get my brain to engage. Usually means that I end up on TikTok just watching videos of, well, my algorithm now is bookish, cat videos, but 90% of my TikTok now is K-pop group videos, and it's most of that is 80s and Stray Kids. So that's how I spend my mornings, just sort of scrolling through that and using that as a boost to wake me up. Oh, okay, then I may have to try and prioritize that one. Okay. Ate dinner, did nothing else. I ate breakfast. Well, it was technically lunch food, but I decided I don't really like breakfast food, like cereals and things. I'm not a fan. So I tend, when I have breakfast, especially when I'm not working, I tend to just have like what I would have for my lunch for my breakfast. Like, unless there's a fry up around, and then I'm just like, ah. Oh. But I haven't had a proper, like, an English breakfast or a fry up for about a year now. So it's like, yeah, I thought so. I was like, Germany's about an hour ahead. Oh, I'm sorry you've had a stressful week. Hopefully the weekend will help rejig a bit. Yay! I got someone's name right today. There wasn't like people I already absolutely knew. Oh, I just blipped that. Is that? Yep. Okay, Max. See, mine change. I will record a TBR video, and as I'm recording my TBR video, things change, and it'll be like, yeah, I'll do this, but no, I'm going to do this one. So that's why generally you might notice on a lot of my TBR videos now, there's quite a few books where I will have 2 or 3 selections, and I'll just be like, I'll just choose one of these, and then I end up picking none. 5:24 on Sunday. Yeah. Yeah, I think. Yeah, because you're Western. Obviously, it says in your name, West Aussie. That's the sound of my brain trying to calculate 8.5 hours ahead of me. Ryan, is it 7 for you now? Yeah, 7 for you now, I'm pretty sure. In Adelaide and that part of Oz. Warbreaker. Awesome. Okay, my brain just did a stupid. So I read Stephanie's recommendation for Coronation, which is Warbreaker, and then Zoe put homemade fish and chips, and I thought that was a book recommendation. Oh my god. I was like, that's a really weird book. Who's that? But no, that's what you ate for dinner. That sounds awesome. that video broke me because obviously I also stupidly I have set clothes for videos that I'm like I feel really good in and I think they look good on the camera and I like and I wore one of the shirts that right yeah I wore one of the shirts that I feel really good in for filming on that video and then I forgot that obviously when I film I have to have all of the windows shut because of the sounds from outside. You can hear all the buses going past and it's just really noisy and my neighbors are awful. And then I was like, okay, so I also keep my bedroom door shut to block out so I'm not like shouting down the stairs. And then I also can't have the fan on because that would just be overbearing the speaker of the camera. So by the start of that video, I was like this and all nice and put together. And then by the end of that video, I was just a hot, sweaty mess. Because obviously what you guys didn't see is in between each of the things, like when I did the end of the Assassins, it was put all those books away, get all the next books out, sort them into piles, and then film the next bit. And that was killing me. Zara listening to The Last Woman Hanged by Caroline Overington, non-fiction about the last woman hanged in the 1880s here in Australia. Ooh. Yeah, I think there's a book about with a similar title about the last hanging here in the UK as well, or the last public execution. Well, I hope it's proving a interesting read. I wouldn't say a fun read because it's not exactly going to be fun, is it? Enlightening. Reading, writing, funny dog horse videos with the occasional Florida man. Ooh, so I kind of got it right where I was like, it could be really cute, cottagey. So at least it wasn't like the other thing where it was like, you know, horror fest. So many books, it's like has really cutesy, sweet titles, and then it's like, oh yeah, this is an absolute gore fest, and you're just like, oh, well, that's not what I expected. Whoop. I'm just getting. I'm really good at working out your time ahead of me. I'm really bad at trying to figure out because I keep adding 8 hours onto you, and then I'm like, no, wait, that's wrong. I need to be going backwards. So when I was like working out these sprints, I was like, oh, so it's if it's 9 a.m. for me, it's 5:30 for them. And then I was like, but if it's 9 a.m. for them, then and yeah, I get confused with that one. I can convert it one way and then I struggle the other way. Yeah, exactly. I love rolling the dice and I just love playing the games. There's just something about it. It's why I love D&D. I just love sitting there rolling the dice. Like, I think my dice bag is upstairs, but if for those of you that watch Critical Role and understand when I say I have a Bailey bag and it is full, like it's not a little thing. And I've got a dice bag that is the size of a basketball and I could probably kill somebody with it because when it's full and I can hold it in my hands like this, and it's about this kind of size. And when it's like all tied up and everything, that thing is a deadly weapon, and it's fantastic. I think I'm sure. Yeah, it's upstairs. But yeah, I was obsessed with dice. I don't play much anymore, or at all anymore, so there's no point for it. And when I do play, it tends to be online. The Well of Ascension, I have no idea, but I will take your word for it. But that's another... Oh. My cat is now yelling at the birds, so you might hear that. Has anyone read that one, and does it work? Because I was about to say that's another recommendation, then remembered it was you that asked for the recommendations, so that was kind of pointless. Yeah, if by cute you mean red, hot, sweaty tomato, if that's your type. But no, by the end of it, I was like, okay, we're at the time of year now where I desperately need to start wearing t-shirts when I'm filming in my room, and then give it another couple of weeks and I won't be able to film in my room at all. Like even yesterday, it was the rest of the house, like, well, outdoors was about 20 degrees, inside the house was about 22, and my bedroom was 24. And even when it got to nighttime and it was like sleepy time, my bedroom was still at 20. And I was like, I can't sleep, it's too hot. So that wasn't fun. Honest to God, by the end of that video, well, I sent a few people, and I think if you saw my stories, you saw the chaos that was my bedroom after that video. But it was like, by the end of it, I had books poking me in places no human should have books poking them. It was ridiculous. Oh, that's good then, because I was literally in between. I was like, my fan was on full blast, and I was like, and then when I finished the video, I was just like, get this shirt off me and go and have a cold shower, and I was dying. Thank you. It's one of those videos where it's like, absolutely, I never want to do it again, but absolutely, I loved it. And it was so fun, and I can't wait to do it again, even though I know it's going to kill me. Will you shush, please? I can't even see the birds that she's yelling at. But they must be there because she is making the I'm going to get you noises. That's really good then. Yeah, literally Bailey bag. Yep. Who needs a brick? Oh, I'm behind on Critical Role. Like the latest campaign, I watched the first 3 episodes and I haven't watched it since, and I'm just like, it's too much for me to go back and try again. Yay, that's awesome. Well, I hope you continue, because I do love D&D. It's just during COVID, everyone switched to playing online, and I do not suit online playing at all because I just can't stay focused. And at least when everyone's around the table, there's things to be doing in between, and I can have all my stuff out in front of me and I can roll the dice and it just keeps me engaged. But doing it online, I just was really struggling. And now that we can do things in person again, I'm not living in a place where there are people to do it in person with, but I'm really excited for when I can get back into it. But I hope you continue to enjoy it. It's awesome. I've never ever tried to explain why I have so many dice. I just do. Each character has at least 3 or 4 sets because I like to have variety. I've got my DM dice because for some reason whenever I rolled my my blue and purple colored dice, I seem to just DM like a boss when I have those dice. And so I've got about 8 or 9 different sets of those, and then every character I've got I like to have dice that fit my characters. So I've got like a swamp monster character, and so all of the dice are like green and sludgy colored, and then I've got like my fairy character, and they're all rainbow colored, and all of my dice. The last count I had about 90 sets. No, it must have been more. But yeah, it's awesome. And I've got ones that are like jumbo, so like my D20, I've got a D20 it's like this size, and it's amazing. I love it. Kitty! Brat, more like. She's settled down now, she's gone to sleep. Always good to have dice. Yeah, that's one thing I have heard about the latest one, is that it's quite dullish. And the thing that I didn't like is that a lot of the half the characters in it were from a one-shot series that they did, and I was a bit like, oh. But yeah, I think for me, C1 was just peak Critical Role, and I preferred it before it got super popular, because I started watching it 4 years ago, and it didn't really get to super popular stardom until about 2 years ago. And ever since then, I just feel like it used to be nice, and in the chat you could actually communicate with them and talk and things, but yeah. Yay, that's awesome. Hope you continue to love it. Excuse me. Cool. Right, so I forgot to prep anything for that sprint in terms of bookish question thingies and games. But I have a book, and that was my table. Don't worry, I haven't broken it. So what we're going to do to earn yourself some points, for those who want to earn some points and play a little game and have some fun, I am going to hold up a book cover. I am going to blank out one of the words of the title, and you are going to replace that word with whatever word you feel like. And I'm just going to give points to whichever ones I find funny. So, do we all get it? Do we all understand? Are we all good? Like, is everyone ready? Are we all hyped and want to play a little game? You want to play a game? Yeah, I just nearly... Yeah, kind of Books Against Humanity. I just realised, Meredith probably isn't around. She's going to miss the first game. Right. Right. Pre-think of funny words. Books Against Humanity. Okay, I've got 2 in front of me, and then I'll do more for the next round. So, the first one we have is... That's going to be backwards. Fantastic. A Darker Shade of blank. So, come up with a new title for the V. Schwab book, A Darker Shade of... I should have the countdown timer playing. Although those of you who don't know what countdown is will have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh, it's around the right way. Cool, thank you. On my camera, it was backwards. I'm also not going to look. Give you 10 more seconds to come up with an idea. 10, 9, 8. I'm doing it in the countdown timer next time. 3, 2, 1. Let's see what we get. So if I read it out and I laugh and I say you've got points, to be fair, you've just got points for giving it. So I'll say 50 points. Dark shade of tater tots. That's points. That one's good. Dark shade of grey. A darker shade of cookies. Red. Bless. Dark shade of orange. I like how we're going for the colours. Dark shade of hair, the contemporary romance edition. You've already got points, so you don't get extras. You don't get stacked. I mean, it still was kind of, it didn't really make sense, but it was still kind of funny. There you go, Ren. That was brilliant. A darker shade of mental illness. But dark humor is funny when you don't take it too far. Dark shade of skin. Nice. Okay. I love that. I'm sad, not funny. Ash said, what did I miss? We're just playing a very quick game of replace the word in the title with your own funny one and you can earn points. So second and last one for this round is this one, God of blank. And I'm going to put a countdown timer on, so you should hear it. No, it's going to have adverts. Ah! I don't want adverts. Ah, of course. This is how organised I am when I come up with these. By the time the advert clears, we'll be done. Here we go. So yeah, over here in the UK, we have a show called Countdown, and that is the countdown clock that they have every round. So that is it. No more entries. Let's go. What have we got? Still going to bust out more than one title because I can. Oh, I do the same, but it's just, yeah. God of breakfast. Go eat food, Jonah. That was good, though. God of breakfast. God of toys. Ren, you say you're not funny. God of the New World. Oh, I like that one. God of cat zoomies. God of coffee. God of the existential crisis. I think that's all of us, isn't it? God of cinnamon rolls. Why is it with you people and being hungry? Go eat. Which is weird because normally I'm the one being yelled at to go eat. God of Australia. God of Books. Nice. God of Bassi? You might have to explain that one to me. I don't get that one. Goddess of the Readathon. Nice. Awesome. The actual title is God of Neverland, and I will be reading this as part of my TBR for the pirates, because obviously, I mean, it's kind of obvious that that features pirates. And does this or does this not look like a book that should be gay? But apparently it is not. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but that cover is gay. Absolutely. That is queer baiting, to me at least. But apparently it's not. And I'm like, I'm so disappointed. Oh my God. I should have got that. Kind of, yeah. Bassi. Yeah, Grell. Should have. God of Death. Did you not hear me say that I'd eaten? If I eat any more, I'm at risk of making my tummy hurt. And that's not a good idea when I have work in 2 days. God of every sky, every sea. Ooh. See, that looks like I'm gonna like put, you know, we're fighting, but now I'm gonna like grab you and smash my face against yours. Like that maybe I've just read too much queer stuff. And maybe my brain is just like but I mean it could be, but I did look up, and when I was doing my recommendations I was like, is this book queer? And it didn't, nothing's flagged up saying that it's queer. And a couple of people on Goodreads have moaned about the fact that it's a queer baity cover and that you read it expecting it to be queer. And I'm like, that's why I bought the damn book, because I thought it was going to be. I love this. That's a gay cover. It's homophobic to not make it gay. Like, I mean, I'm also a sucker for enemies to lovers, and like Peter Pan and Michael Darling. Like, hello, there's so much opportunity here. Maybe I should just write my own version at some point. I mean, bow down to Jonah anyway, because honest to God, between Ren, Jonah, and Charlotte, they saved my sanity for that recommendations video. And like I showed on that recommendation video, the level that Jonah went to when was giving me the recommendations, it was just like, this is incredible. So yes, bow down to him. Like, he should be doing my job. Anyway, we should wrap up talking and get on to some reading again soon. See, yeah. Damn it. I mean, I've got too many writing projects on already, because I've got my Treasure Planet steampunk retelling, like, blend. I've got my Alice in Wonderland retelling. I've got my Angels and Demons story, and I've got my Viking story. So I've got too many projects going on, and none of them have been written for like 6 months. So I've got too much going on, and my brain is just like, oh, and I got my ghost story. Maybe in the future, because I've not had a decent Peter Pan retelling. So maybe in the future I should just write my own. I will never stop. I will just keep doing it. Right, okay. I think we've chatted for long enough. It is time for us to go back to the study timer. 45 minutes again, or shall we do slightly shorter? Or same? I don't mind. Why are you not showing? There we go. No. There we go. That is big. I don't like that. I'm just playing around with screens to see what there is. That'll do. You might hear the cat because the magpie just flew into the garden. She has gone on to alert. Politica vampire story. Ooh. But is it going to be sexy vampires or scary vampires? Because that was a discussion on Chloe's video channel last night, and that was quite an interesting one. 45, longer, 45, 45. Zara, I think you've been outvoted there, though, with 45, unfortunately. So we'll do 45, and then I'll try to talk a little bit less next time. So happy reading. See you in 45. Hello. I was in the middle of a page and I didn't want to leave it. So, how did we all do on that one? I haven't worked out how many pages that was. 43 pages I managed on that one. So I'm now on page 168, and as I predicted, I ran out of tabs of one of the colours that I'm using, so I had to run upstairs and go and grab the backup tabs. And I'm not even halfway through the book, so I'm probably going to run out of these ones as well, which is great. But it's good so far. It's the one thing I'm struggling with Bloodmarked and this duology is just how lore heavy it is. Legendborn, I was originally only giving it 3 stars when I was reading it, and then I gave it 4 stars. And it wasn't until I reread it in December that I gave it 5 stars. And with this one, it started out as a 5. Now it's going down to a 4. And I reckon it's probably going to finish on a 5, but it is just so lore heavy. And at times it's hard to kind of keep up with it. And if your brain is not on it, it's really like, So I reckon I've just started part 2. And I don't know if there is like a part 3. I'm just having a look now. Oh, there is. So I've got this much to read until I get to part 3. So I'm wondering if in the next couple of sprints, if I can try and do that, and then I'll do a different book. Or at least by the end of today, I'd like to be at part 3. But yeah, that's not too bad, because I only actually read for 20 minutes of that one, because for the first sort of 10 minutes I was chatting to Ren, and then I was chatting to Max, and then I was taking photos of the cat because she fell asleep in the sunspot and she just looks really cute right now. And this is how my cat is currently sleeping, and it's just so cute. She's sunbathing, she loves the sun. So yeah, I can't turn the camera because it'll just take too much effort. But that is how my little girl looks right now. Too cute. So yeah, let's go. We've got... Go grab another coffee and look for something to procrastinate reading with. I was about to ask, what did you find? Like, what did you pick and did you do some reading? And then I saw your next comment saying successful in getting coffee and not reading. So did you at least choose what you're going to read when you do read? Like, did you at least choose something for when you eventually maybe get around to doing some reading? Finished Sweet Berries. Oh, how did you find it? Was it good? Do you do star ratings? Like, what have you rated it? Started Cloaked in Shadow. Awesome. Got to page 46 of Finna and had to stop because I wasn't enjoying it. Oh, you're not having luck with books lately. Is that, or it just seems like I only seem to catch you when you're reading books you don't enjoy? Because there was a couple last month where like it was like, why are you not DNFing? And you were like, I'm stubborn, I'm hate reading. Maybe try something different, or are you going to stick with it for the next sprint, see if it gets better? Page 100, nice. Got to chapter 21, awesome. You're here to give me brain breaks and to have complete brain farts. That's what you're here to do. Yeah, our living room is south-facing, which is fantastic, but it's also all the bedrooms are south-facing as well, so that's why my bedroom gets ridiculously, stupidly hot. But she starts off in the morning, she'll be outside, and she sunbathes, like she's got a little garden table that she sleeps on, and she's got a little patch of grass that she sleeps in. Then, in the morning it's just on that table. Then when it gets to about now, so we're coming up to lunchtime, she sleeps in the sunspot. And then when we get to the afternoon, it gets a bit too hot for her in the sunspot, so she goes back out and sleeps in the shade. And then in the actual like evening, when the last of the warmth and the sun is, she moves into the grass and sleeps in the grass. So she just has like a little rotation that she does throughout the day. Yeah, isn't it like 5 a.m. for you or something ridiculous? Maybe. Like we're at that really nice time of year now. Well, it's nice and awful because the sun comes up at like 4 a.m. So I always wake up to sunshine. But it's also awful because on bad nights when I don't get to sleep till 3, 4 a.m., it's like I'm falling asleep as the sun comes up and I'm just like, nice. Awesome. Cool. So hopefully, do you reckon you'll be able to get that done today, or do you reckon that it'll be like a sort of next day or two? Basically, she is like the most spoiled. She's on like a little clock, like rotation as well, because my uncle's on a pretty set routine. So it's like 7 in the morning, she gets treats and fuss and love. Then she'll spend the morning sleeping. And then in the afternoon, like in about 10 minutes, she's going to get her afternoon treats when he comes down for lunch, and she'll get fuss and cuddles. And then she'll go out and have her naps and maybe do a bit of garden and walking around the garden, maybe yell at some birds. And then this afternoon, she gets at 5 o'clock, she gets a little special treat in like a bowl. It's like a liquidy one. And then she'll have that. And she has a bit of a play and a bit of a run around. And then she just crashes out for the night. She's just. It's like she knows I'm talking about her because her ear keeps twitching. She's just like, what are you saying? I'm saying you're a spoiled baby. 3.5 stars. Said it was a cute and fluffy love story and it delivered. I don't think I'll remember it, but I'll read more from the author. Well, that's good. Sometimes you just need that, a nice, cutesy, fluffy story. It doesn't always have to be epic and memorable. It can just be cute and cozy. That's fair. Yeah, I tend to, with sprints, I tend to read physical books because if I do anything else, I'll forget that I'm sprinting. Like when I'm doing the sprints, I don't, because obviously I've got the alarm. But when somebody else is sprinting, I tend to forget. And then I'm like, oh, I missed the chat. I have faith. Is it quite late for you, early for you? Do you have many hours in the day left? Hopefully you'll be able to get it done. Like, good luck. Oh, we got Ren. We got a double comment from Ren. 6:46 a.m. Ah. Yeah, at the minute we get the sun up at like 4:30 and it stays up till like, I don't know. At the minute it goes dark about 10 o'clock at night now. That's only for a couple more weeks and then it will start getting dark again. Hoping to get it done today. I'm sure you will. Oh, I have all the hope you'll be able to get it done because that'll be what, about another 6 or 7 hours of audio, I'm guessing, from how I've seen how chunky that book is and speeds and stuff. Yeah, set routines. My uncle's autistic and he's diabetic as well, so it's very set. Like breakfast is at 8 a.m. Like get up at 7 for meds, breakfast at 8, lunch at 12, dinner at 5. It's been like, and then he comes down at sort of 10 o'clock at night and midnight. So it's very, very set routines in this house. And it's kind of, I tend to plan around those for my reading. So like I'm downstairs doing stuff now. I'm going to set the next timer off just before he comes down. And then this afternoon, after the Formula One, I'll be in my room for a couple of hours doing a couple of sprints so that he can be downstairs without me disturbing him. So yeah, very, very set routine in this house, and she just loves it. And she hates it now that I'm back at work, because on my work days, I come home and she just will not leave me alone. And she'll like come up to my room at 10, 11 o'clock at night and start yelling at me because I've abandoned her all day. And I'm like, I'm sorry. 12:49. Yeah, you can do it. You can do it, Nikki. If anyone knows that film and the reference. Little Nicky, one of my favourite films. Switching between cute and 750-page high epic fantasy. That's quite the not juxtaposition, that's the wrong word, but that's quite the difference. Okay, so we're going to keep quite a short, like I said, I'm not going to chat too much. Oh, Ren said that there's a storm coming in their area, so they might not be able to watch, but they're still going to be around. Yeah, Little Nicky, it was one of my absolute favourites as a teenager. Not so much nowadays, but as a teenager, yeah, I loved that film. Well, I think the next sprint I'm going to do an hour. So like I'm aware for a few people it's sort of lunch and dinner time. So I'll do an hour for people to get food and stuff, and that should help as well. And then I've got at least 2 more 45s before the Grand Prix, or one, and I've got like an hour and 45. Whatever. We'll get there. We'll get you there. Little Nicky and Big Daddy, I think, for me, were his last sort of really good ones. Oh, wow. We don't get storms very often here, but when we do, they're really cool. Like, we had one at the start of May, and I loved it. I was just squeeing like a little child. Right, we're going to do one book this round where you replace the title. And we are going with... So for those that weren't here for the last round, basically, I will show you a book. I have covered up part of the title, and you just need to come up with a new word or phrase that you think is funny or fitting for that title. And I will award you points for the giveaway. So don't forget, I did forget to mention it last time. Don't forget, keep a note if you do get points. So then when you submit the form, you can just say sprints, book game. So like sprints, book cover game, 100 points, or however you got, okay? That sounds terrifying and awesome at the same time. Right, so your book for this round is this one. You Should See Me in blank. So fill that with whatever you feel like, and I'll give you a little while to come up with some ideas. So You Should See Me in. And yeah, I deliberately chose this one because even I came up with a few ideas, and I was like, there's some very sensible ideas, and then I could do some very naughty ideas. I'm just going to watch the cat sunbathing. She literally just stood up, stretched, turned around, and lay down in the exact same position. What was even the point? You should see me in. Okay, I did just glance at one of them. Of someone who says they're not funny. Okay, give about 10 more seconds for ideas. that's it. So let's go through some answers. And like I said, you only get one set of points for this. So even if you put multiple answers in, you'll still just get the ones at 50 points. We have, you should see me in a maid dress. Yep. The very first thing I thought when I did this, I was like, you should see me in a thong. Because I don't know why, but that's where I went. You should see me in high heels. You should see me in Snore Me My... Nice. See me in a drawing. You should see me in drag. You should see me in a potato sack. See me in court. This is one that made me laugh. You should see me in a garter belt. You should see me in Troy, or you should see me in The Arsonist. You should see me in goblin mode. You should see me in hell. You should see me in my frog crocs. You shouldn't see me in your kitchen. Nice. So if you are keeping note of points, give yourself 50 points for that. And like I said, we're not going to talk for too long because I kind of want to get the sprint started before 12 and I want to get on to some more reading. So we're going to go for an hour for this one. Like I said, give people time to go and get food and lunch. Jonah, I really, really hope you actually ate on that sprint because you said you were hungry. And so I hope you have eaten now. And if you haven't, please go eat now. So, all good for an hour. Happy reading. And I'll see you guys at, 1 o'clock my time. So 9 p.m, 9:30 for some of you. No, 8. I don't know. Whatever. I'll see you in an hour. Jonah, go bloody eat. Hello, welcome back. How did that go for everyone? I've had to open the back door, so you might hear my neighbours sort of making noise. I apologise if you can. If you can hear them. I had a bit of a mixed sprint. I started off all right. I had something like I went outside in the garden, had a bit of a play with the cat. But in the last like 20 minutes, I started to flag a little bit. I'm reading, but my hay fever has just gone, even though I took my meds this morning. So my eyes have gone like itchy and sore. My nose has started to block. My head is starting to go, and I'm like, oh no. So I'm going to see how I'm going to do at least one more sprint. But yeah, I may have to cut sprints early depending on how I get on. But I read 32 pages, so I'm now on page 200. And I was starting to get to a point where I was like, I'm not sure if I'm as invested now, and it was starting to get a bit lore heavy again for me. But then it just exploded with action, and honest to God, it was so good. And I think there's going to be a queer relationship, or at least there's a hint of queer in here. Like, we've had hints of queer stuff throughout the books, and it was like I remembered William from the first book was either gay or there was hints that he was, but there's a new character that's been introduced to this one, and he was like blushing, and there was a little bit of like blushy stuff between the two of them, and I'm like, oh. So I'm excited. And then at the start of that sprint as well, I'm sorry that I forgot to put the timer up on screen, so you guys got me having a little boogie to my favorite 80s song. And I also edited a video. So I did a fair amount in that sprint, but you can probably hear in my voice, I'm now starting to the hay fever is getting to me a little bit today. Not entirely sure why, but I did do 32 pages. So like I said, I'm on page 200. So I'm almost halfway through now. Let's see how everybody got on. We have... Yes, thank you for I didn't put the timers yet. Thanks for letting me know. Jenna was like, Dad's like, everyone's watching. And I was like, yes, but only if I'm on the teeny tiny screen and you can only just sort of see me bopping rather than me being on the full screen. That was embarrassing. I did not enjoy that one. Max says that he did 67 pages, which is fantastic. Wow. Jonah actually read. Holy crap. What did you say what you were reading? Yeah, you did. That's awesome. So well done. Did you eat though? Like not donuts, proper food? Got to 44%. Yes. You're going to do it. Use sprint to eat something, take medicine, take the dog out. Now I'm ready for reading in the next sprint. Awesome. Peace and Turmoil. That's not one that I know, but I hope you're enjoying it so far. Read 20 pages, cooked some lunch. Did you have a good lunch? Did you enjoy it? Consume some food. Oh, I just saw you consume food. Awesome. Good. Read some Soul Keeper and watched a video. Awesome. Read 40 pages. Still don't love Finna, but there's only 50 pages left, so I'll finish it. Awesome. You'll probably get that done within the next, well, probably by the time you go to bed, you'll get that done. Donuts are proper. I know they are proper food, but I mean, like, proper food, like a proper meal that's not just sugar and processed stuff. Like, yeah, I'm really bad for that. There are some days where I will literally just sit and eat cheese and crackers for the entire day. And I'm like, I am fully aware this is not considered a proper diet and isn't really a proper meal for the day, but screw it. So it's starting to get really, really warm. I'm in the direct line of the sun now, so I'm kind of getting warm. Apparently we are due to have record high temperatures for this time of year. I fail to see how that is, considering this time last year we were in the mid-20s and it's only 18 now. So don't know where they're getting those stats. Erin finished with Last to Read. Awesome. What did you think of it? And what are you planning? Are you going to read another book tonight, or are you sort of going to finish it there for the night? Lovely spinach pasta. I will take your word for that. I personally can't stand spinach. In the words of Ori from The Hobbit, I don't like green food. So like broccoli is about as far as I go. But I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I'm glad you liked it. So that's good. Peace and Turmoil is Elliot Brooks' epic high fantasy. It's good, but it's massive. I'm straying more towards adult fantasy lately, but I'm still just like scared of epic fantasies. Oh, I got confused. Also gobbled up 2 bananas. There's that. Okay. You can eat donuts now. Not that I obviously tell you what to do, but yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, the Last to Read book club. That's where no, okay. I'm with you. I was really dumb. Right, okay. So I'm guessing you'll be reading next sprint. Hard disagree. Red veggies are the best. Peppers, tomatoes, like all the red veggies. They're about the only veggies I eat. But yeah, salads, lettuce, cucumber, all that. No. At work, I have to prepare like all the avocado and all of the what's the word? Cabbage. I do like the cabbage stuff. I do the avocados and I do the cucumber sticks. And I'm just like, whoa, the whole time. And I'm like, I just don't. I'm with Jonah here. It's the textures. I just, like avocados. They're just, oh, no. I don't do slimy foods. And they're always like gross. Like I like tomatoes because when they're cooked in stuff, they're nice. And I really like red pepper. I discovered that in the last year. Red pepper goes into like everything I make. But yeah, I'm not a veggie person. Never have been. And fruits. I love fruit flavors, but I struggle to eat fruit itself. Weirdly. Ooh. Awesome. Yeah. I did a beef stew the other couple of weeks ago, and I had some leftover cherry tomatoes, so I just cut them in half and added a bunch in, thinking this is either going to destroy this casserole or it's going to make it amazing. And oh my god, it was so good. And I was like really proud of myself as well, because like I've done this beef casserole about 50 times in the past few years. It's one of my safe foods, and it's like I have never changed the recipe ever. So it was the first time that I'd tried to do something different, and I was like, my brain is going to reject this, and it didn't. And I was so happy and proud of my little Autie brain. It allowed it. See, I don't eat fish and seafood, and I don't eat veggies, but I eat a lot more. I tend to eat more meat and carbohydrates. So I eat a lot of rice, a lot of pasta, a lot of bread, which probably doesn't help with having Crohn's, but I try to eat like low fiber stuff though when I do eat it. Which is hilarious because I hate fish, I hate seafood, I hate vegetables, and I work in a sushi place. And I make sushi most of the day, and the one that I hate the most is the one that they put me on the most, and I'm like, I hate prawns. Like the smell of it literally makes me want to vomit, and you guys have put me on prawn. Thanks. Zucchini. I tried it. Like I tried to do like the whole zucchini noodle thing about 10 years ago when it first became a thing, but I just couldn't. Oh, it's so nice when you find someone that does support that. My housemate tried to get me to try beetroot once, and sometimes I will put a food in my mouth, and before I've even registered that I've spat it out. And so she was completely grossed out, but she gave me a bit of beetroot to try, and I put it in my mouth, and I just went bleh, and just dropped it onto the floor. Like, like a little kid would do, where they just go bleh. And I didn't even realize that that's what it was. My mouth just rejected it so instantaneously. It was just like, nope. And then we both just stood there staring at this bit of beetroot just on the floor. And she was like, why would you do that? And I was like, I don't know. And it happened last time I tried tuna as well. I just went and it just went flying. And my ex was like, what the hell? And we were just cracking up. Like, thankfully he really supported it, and he thought it was hilarious because he was just like, flying tuna. But yeah, no, like textures in particular, it's really weird though, because I like the smell of it. I love the smell of tuna, I love the smell of salmon, but when I get home at night and I smell the salmon on my hair or something, I'm just like Hey, that's awesome. That is something I don't know if I'll be able to get to it this year because I've got so many trad published books on my shelves. But certainly next year, I really, really want to put more of a push onto reading indie books. I will be reading more soon because I've joined the BBYNYA Awards, and I'm one of the panelists for it. So basically, we've just been sent out a massive spreadsheet with like, I think it's got like 100 books or something that have been entered. And we choose which ones we want to read, and then we score them and we give them marks for various things. And then at the end of the year, they have like the finalists who then get like for the first round, you get like the first couple of chapters, then those that make it past the first round, you get the first 5 chapters, and then eventually the final sort of 10 or 20, you get the full book to read, and then they award the finalists. And this year I've just been on a couple of tours reading the finalists' books. This year I'm signed up to be a panelist for the full thing, so I'm hoping to get a lot more indie books this year. Also, you guys read quite a lot of indie. So when I've watched your lives and your videos, I've been picking up quite a lot of indie stuff lately. See, I was really worried about it because I was like, with all my food aversions and my sensitivity to smells, I was worried that I wouldn't cope. But weirdly, I love working there and I'm coping really, really well with like the actual food handling. What I'm struggling with is the being on my feet for 8 hours a day. And by the end of the day, I get in like my stomach starts to flare up and I start to get really bad pain because normally I need to sit down and rest. So I'm struggling with that aspect. And I'm like, no. See, hard disagree. Yeah, it was. I did feel quite sorry for the beetroot because it was just like I felt bad as well because my friend literally was just so grossed out at the fact that this beetroot was just on the floor, and she was like, you could have spat it into a tissue. And I was like, I genuinely did not. This was not a conscious decision. It was a reaction. It was not a decision. I did not do this. There's lots of ways to have a proper burger without beetroot. No. Yeah, same. It's like a full shudder just goes down and you're like, ugh. What was it? There was something the other day that my teeth scraped together. And for 3 hours afterwards, I was still going, ugh, just out of nowhere because the shudder that ran through me at that feeling. And I was like, oh, and it just set off every single sensory nerve in my body. And it wasn't fun. Don't know what happened there. I'm very confused. Haven't heard of Just remind me by that. I haven't heard of that. Yeah, sounds as well. I get full body. It wasn't quite that extreme. I mean, the tuna pretty much was, but not that. My ex was, it never used to bother me that much with people eating, only if it was like really extreme, then it used to bother me. But he was super sensitive to like the point no one could eat food in the car, or if we were in the room eating, we had to have the TV on, because if he could hear people eating, he would get like rage. And it never used to really bother me, but because I was with him for 5 years, now I'm really hypersensitive to people eating, and it's kind of rubbed off onto me. And I'm like, great, thanks. So I'm now very sensitive to the sounds of people eating. And yeah, certain even though it's annoying because I've got breathing problems, so I know that I sometimes breathe really annoyingly. Yet when someone else breathes, or like if you can hear that someone's got a whistle, and I'm like, can you not hear that? Do you not realize that you have a whistle in your nose? Like, blow your nose. I just get so frustrated. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. Oh yeah, the Indie Book Awards. Yeah, or is it I can never remember the correct order for the letters, but it is it BBY or BBN? BBNYA, the Indie Book Awards. So if anyone's interested, I think there's still sign-ups if you are interested. It's for book bloggers. I think it's like Book Bloggers Young and New Adult Awards. And there's quite a lot on there. I'll just add that into chat. If anyone's interested, you can check it out. And it's run by the Right Reads and Folio Society, so it's really cool. Oh God, yes. One of the things that I've always struggled the most with is it's a condition that runs through my family called hyperhidrosis. So like we just sweat more than normal people, and one of my biggest problems is in my hands. And the worst feeling in the world is when you're trying to write on a bit of paper and your hands are like sticking to the paper, and it's just the apps. For me, that is my worst one. So I've learned tricks and tips to get around that now. But certainly as a kid, when it first started happening, and even now when it catches me unawares, I'm just like, and my hand will squeak against the paper and I just go into full on meltdown, and it's not fun. Being autistic is not fun. I mean, sensory stuff isn't fun for anyone, but when you're especially sensitive to it, it's just understandable. I've done it. My uncle, because he has problems with his nose, when he eats, he has to like breathe through his mouth while he's eating. And there have been times when it's been really bad, like when he's had a cold or something, and I've just been like, I cannot stay in this room while you're eating because I'm going to take that knife and shove it up your nose. So there have been times where I've had to leave the room. And it's like, it's not his fault. He can't help it, but it's just... yeah. Yeah, I've never really understood that. It's like when they have kissing on TV, I get really grossed out because I'm like, people don't actually make those kind of noises in real life. Like, you don't have to, all the noises that they do to emphasize they're kissing. It's like, Just no. No. No, thank you. Yeah, wet socks. Another vote for wet socks. Yeah, sweaty hands. Yeah, my usual one is I pick up the sounds of electricity running through things. So I will hear hums. Oh, got a bit of hair in my glasses. I will hear like the hum of something and I'll be like, what is this? And it will take me days. And then when I finally figure it out, it'll be something like a small wire running at the back of the TVs making a tiny noise. And I've picked up on it. And then I'm like, once I know it's there, I can't not ignore. I can't ignore it. It's just. Ugh. But then I'll be saying about it and everyone will be like, but there's no noise. There is literally nothing there. And I'm like, but it is. Like, it literally is. I used to have my phone and sometimes when my phone was on charge, it would make a little like, and I'd be like, can you not hear that? It's so loud. And my partner would be like, no, there's nothing there. And I'd be like, how can you not? Yeah, I used to go screaming mental. Oh, I hate ASMR. I don't see why people find ASMR relaxing. To me, it's like someone just got some nails and just grated across my skin with it. And while the ASMR's on, it's like a cheese grater going across my senses. No. It's like these shiatsu mats that you can get where it's like got all the little pinpricky things. I bought one because I was told how amazing they are. And I sat on it and I was like, this is actual torture. Like, no. Just no. Oh, yeah. I was just saying about the phone charger. Well, it's always phone chargers. They just make a high-pitched whine all the time. And it's great when you're trying to sleep and all you can hear is this just high-pitched thing. Oh, I have mild tinnitus. So like at night, I don't really hear things as much anymore because I keep my fan on all night to block out sounds and I can't sleep because if I turn it off, I can't sleep with the noises that play in my ears. But yeah, I don't know what, at least with the electricity, like tinnitus is far worse. Because at least with it being a cable, if you unplug it, the noise goes away. Whereas tinnitus is just constant and never ending. And it's like, I know that wearing my headphones and listening to music 24/7 is actually making the tinnitus worse. But I would rather that than listen to the tinnitus. It's a never-ending circle. Right, okay, so I have got I think I might just record the Formula One and watch it later. So I would have thought that the pitch and tone of the violin would be on par with the tinnitus. So I would have thought that would have kind of made it worse. That's really interesting, though. It's like when they say about white noise and brown noise and all of that. I'm just like, to me, none of it is pleasant. All of it just hurts my ears and makes me feel sick. It's definitely something interesting to look at because I would have thought the sound waves would have like gone against each other, but if it's helping, that sounds really cool. Maybe it's the other way around, that the sound waves are so similar that they cancel each other out. Okay, so we won't do an hour this time. We'll go, what time are we on now? Yeah. We'll do a slightly shorter one this time. Will we? No, we won't. We'll just do a 45. As always. Look at me, never able to make a decision and stick to it. We'll go 45, and then we'll decide from there what we're going to do and work out timings. And like I said, this may be my last one because I seem to be perking up now, but when I'm sat reading, I seem to be not feeling great. But we shall see how it goes. But happy reading, and I'll see you all in 45. And I will remember to put the timer up this time. Shush! Shush! Well, that went quick, and I didn't want the alarm to go because this is getting extraordinarily good. I'm now, I'd say, halfway, pretty much halfway. I think I'm just over halfway through. I read 52 pages in that sprint. And yeah, just holy crap, this is getting really, really, really good. But I can't really say much about what's going on because obviously spoilers. All I would say is I am a bitch for Selwyn Kane and I do not care for Nick. But I will still say it still kind of makes me uncomfortable that Brie is only 16 and everyone else around her are like 17, 18, 19. And that just, especially the fact that she's got two guys who are kind of into her and both of them are like 17, 18. That still sits really uncomfortably for me. And I've said that even with Legendborn, it just 16-year-old at university with uni guys out both falling for her just makes me uncomfortable. And I'm not a fan of love triangles in general. So this is kind of just infuriating me on the love triangle thing. And that isn't a spoiler because that's a thing that everyone knows about. That there's the three characters and it's just like, annoying. We had Paige very quickly pop in. Well, we had Jonah reminded me to put the timer on, which I'd already done. So Paige popped in very quickly to say that she had read the final four Animorphs books and not sure what to do with her life, so went to bed. So I hope you sleep well if you're still listening, and if you haven't, if you've already gone. Hello, welcome back. Have you had enough sleep? Because that's only been like 4 hours. And it was like already sort of 3, 4 a.m. when you went to bed. So have you had enough sleep? Read another 40 pages. That's awesome. I only have... I have exactly 30 pages. So I only have that to go now. So I've managed to read that in that last sprint. So I'm definitely going to do one more 45 before I decide whether or not I'm going to call it. So I definitely will get that done. But yeah, I've got a feeling once I hit part 3, I don't think I'm then going to stop reading until it's done. So either today or tomorrow, this book will get finished. Hey, Val. Hi. I don't think you've ever been on one of my lives. So hello. So we have Val from Literary Papier, who I followed for a while. Yes, this is my first ever readathon that I've created. I kind of created it on a bit of a whim, so I kind of rushed everything. But if you want to join, the announcement video and the recommendations video are both up on my channel, and there's loads of links and there's a Discord and everything. So if you want to join, that'd be amazing. But if you find that you've got too much going on, that's also absolutely fine. But glad to see you here. Let us know what you're reading. Oh, so you just needed like 1 more minute. Also, welcome back. Hopefully your internet isn't being such a pest. Hey, so in what, 2 hours, you've done like a quarter of the book. So you're going to get it. That's awesome. I mean, you've been up for a while and it's still pretty super early for you, isn't it? So maybe you just needed a nap. It's going to brighten up again. Wave at the camera. So maybe you just needed a nap. Yeah, love triangles. Zoe from her name's changed and my brain's gone dead. She calls them love these, and I agree because it's very rarely a true triangle. And I definitely agree, it's love these. But yeah, this one's not proper love triangle. It is a love V, and it's a complicated V, but yeah, I just don't like it when they do the whole like, oh, I want to be with this person, but also this person's awesome. And I'm like, just pick one and stick with it. And oh my God, she's so cute right now. The cat's come in because it's got too hot for her. So like I was saying earlier, she gets to that time of day where it gets too hot. So she comes in, and this is her now. And she's using the plug of the paper shredder. She's using the plug as her pillow because she is a dumbass. But yeah, I just don't like that whole, it's like, just there should be at least just one love interest and just leave it at that. Or if there's going to be another love interest, break off the first one. Okay. Not too bad then, but still, like, if you get tired, go have a nap, please. Hey, Brittany, good morning. Yeah, definitely doing more sprints. I was just saying at the end of the last one that I've been struggling with my hay fever a little bit. I've had to open the back door because it's quite hot, which obviously then means that all of the pollen and crap has come in. But I seem to have perked up a little bit in that sprint, and my book is now getting really, really good. So I've definitely got one more sprint at least to go, but I'm hoping to keep going for a little while longer. And then I'll take a break at 4 for my dinner and to sort of socialize a little bit with my uncle. And then I if I'm feeling up for it, I'll be back at 6 p.m. for a couple more hours. Also, I apologize if you can hear my neighbors. They basically spent the whole of that sprint screaming at their dog, and I got so close to yelling out the door because every like 10 seconds you can just hear Milo, Milo, Milo. And it's like, instead of shouting at your dog, try training it. Here's a thought. Crazy suggestion. They are so annoying. But these are the same neighbours that like to blast music at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and who I called the police on last year for it. So they're great. So far, so good. Woo! So has the storm now passed, or is it just your internet's decided to behave? Yep. Mood. Ooh, Oathbringer. Cool. Awesome. Let us know what you go with. I am in the pirate path. This is my first read. I'm doing Bloodmarked by Tracy Deon, book 2 in the Legendborn series, and I'm about halfway through it now. I was about a quarter of the way through it this morning, so I've read about 150 pages. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, because I said I was on about page 100 earlier, and I'm now on 250. So I've read about 150 pages today so far. But awesome. Yeah, same. They always go for like the night sky that's kind of just, I get it. Like, it's they're the safe option. And well, they either go for like, yeah, I'm just thinking, sorry, my brain just fizzled. But I find that I tend to prefer the kind of semi-bad boy, like Gilmore Girls. I am Team Jess, always have been, always will be. And I get he was kind of like the bad boy, but ultimately of the 3 that she's with, I'm like, he was the one. And yet she chose Dean, who was just awful. And then Twilight, I'm like, she chose Edward, who's just boring. And I don't get the thing, whereas at least whatever the wolf's name was, I've forgotten, but at least he was nice and treated her well. And I don't know, I just feel like I get why they choose the ones that they end up with, but at the same time, I'm just like, could you choose like the one that's actually like a good fit for you rather than the one that's not really the best? Yeah. But apparently people don't want to read, well, the general public don't like poly relationships, so they won't get the sales. Whereas having that conflict between who they're going to pick is, and it's like, nah, just stick them all in a room and let them hash it out and they can all just be together. It's fine. It's like, I know, bit of a weird one. I don't really like to plug the author and talk about the author, but I will for this purpose. But Iron Widow, I know that sold really well because a lot of people were surprised because apparently that's is a genuine poly thing rather than just being a love triangle. I've not read it. Will never read it. I personally don't support the author for various reasons, but I know that a lot of people love the book because it's one of the very few, and for a lot of people it's like the only poly book they've ever come across. So yes. Ooh, awesome. Sounds good. Storm is still here. Yay! So if Ren's internet could just, stay good and nice and not keep cutting out, that'd be great. I keep getting this weird smell and I'm like, what is that? I forgot that I lit a candle like 2 sprints ago and it's still going. And I'm like, oh. It's one of my Dark Shades of Magic candles. It's my Holland candle. So it smells like oak and burnt charcoal. And it's really heavy, but it's also really, really nice. I love it. Yes, fully agree with this. We can have queer baiting covers, so we can have straight baiting synopses. Absolutely. I mean, come on. We had this discussion earlier, and those that weren't here for it, we were talking earlier about how this is one of the most queer baity covers I've ever seen, and yet it's not queer. And I'm like, come on. So yes, if people are allowed to do this shit and trick us into buying a book we think is queer and it's not, then yes, we need to trick people into buying a book that is queer, but tell them that it's not. We have a lot of support. I knew Ren would support that one. Happy Pride, everybody. Here we are promoting the pride baiting, queer baiting, well, straight baiting, and to convert people. You said, oh, I didn't realize you'd put a Jenga. My brain added the D. Yes, absolutely. Speaking of it being Pride Month, what are we reading for Pride Month? If anyone is reading any Pride books, I have a few. So as I've discovered, I knew there were hints of queer stuff in here, but this definitely has more hints in. I've got You Should See Me in a Crown. Oh, I can take that off now that we've played the game. I love this. You came back at the perfect time. I've got You Should See Me in a Crown. That's on this month's TBR, and that's queer. Obviously, it's queer because I wouldn't have been saying. Duh. What else have I got on this month's TBR? I can't even remember what's on my TBR. Oh. I've got Nimona. That technically is queer. It takes a while to get into, but that does have queer rep in it. I think that's it for like my main TBR, but I do have a few extra books on the side that I would like to get to that are queer. Like I've still got Cemetery Boys down as my sort of one of my books. What am I on about? Dark Shades of Magic. That's got queer rep. So I've got a few queer books in for my this month. And then I got this incredible, I won a book in a giveaway this month. So I got the Lesbiana's Guide to Catholic School. And again, just how awesome is that? And look at how pretty these sprayed edges are. How stunning are they? Like, I just have so many cute covers. Oh, I did have Felix Ever After, and the two together just looked gorgeous. So yeah, and it has like rainbows and pride and stuff. So I feel like this one is like non-negotiable. I have to read this for Pride because it's just all about lesbians and it's Pride Month, and yeah, it's also very summery. So yeah, what have we got? So we have Finna has a non-binary MC. Oh no, not 2 stars. We don't want 2 stars. We don't like 2 stars. Ugh. Didn't specifically go for Alphabet Mafia books, but at this point, most of my unread books have some form of queer rep in it, so there's no escaping it. Awesome. One of my main things for next year, again, like as well as reading indie books, I want to read way more queer rep. And for those of you that have followed my channel for long enough, you know that I've got my TBR game that's based on My Hero Academia. And I took April and I took May and I've now taken June off of it. And I have gone through it and I've made some edits. And one of the biggest things that I've edited is my 6 categories. Originally, they were genre based. So we had like YA fantasy, adult fantasy, contemporary, sci-fi, graphic novels and manga, and I can't remember the 6th one. Oh, like other, basically. And I've decided now instead I'm doing almost like format. So we've got graphic novel and manga, we've got queer books, and it's going more into like rep and more specific things. And then I've done like adult as its own category and YA as its own, because I want to try and clear some more YA books off my shelves. Because like I said, I'm growing out of YA, especially YA contemporary. I've just like YA fantasy, I still love. YA contemporary, I'm a bit about. So yeah, but that'll be coming out at the end of this month. But yeah, queer is definitely something I really want to be working on, especially considering I am queer and I just feel like I do not read enough queer books considering my own, like, considering my own sort of bisexuality, asexuality, etc., etc. I should be reading way more queer books. Reading Soulkeeper, we have a socially anxious gay wizard with a crush on his nerdy colleague. Okay, that is... Who's that by? Wait. Is that David Dalglish? That's going on my wish list. I'll be reading Of the Wild. Of the Wild, yes! Ren, why do you not remind me that I need to add this to my TBR? Probably because I've not told you to remind me, but I'm telling you now, and you should know that I forgot. It's like I can't function unless Ren tells me what I'm doing. Boneless indie book with an arrow MC, and the core relationship is him and his best friend that stay friends. Awesome. And if it gets pirate, I'll read Uncharted, which is FF. Awesome. I just remembered I've also got Slick, which is the pirate romance that I'll be reading. That is queer too, because that's a male-male relationship. Like, I haven't picked them out specifically for Pride Month, but I'm just glad that a lot of my books for this month also fit queer. Not really reading anything for Pride Month. It does not bother me, but especially here in Germany, this whole movement is like in your face, a bit too much. That is fair. The thing I don't like with Pride Month is when you get loads of these companies that all the rest of the year couldn't give a crap about queer people and would probably even prefer it if we didn't exist. And then suddenly they're like, hey, look, we've got a queer logo and we support queer people. And it's like, cool, but what about the other months in the year? You know? So I don't like that side of Pride when that happens, but I like it for where it's just, the universal celebration. And I feel like this is the time of year where people who may have struggled with coming out feel safest to come out. I know I came out 2 years ago. That was when it was during Pride Month. I did a Pride book tag that I might bring back this month. I don't know. But I did a book tag a couple of years ago, and that's where I was like, oh, by the way, guys, I'm bi. And that was my coming out. But I have no problems with queer. Yeah, I have no doubt of this. I think 90% of the books that I've added to my wish list since January have been because of you. Cloaked in Shadows and the MC is gay. Awesome. Oh, apparently I'm not the only one that forgot. Their own book club pick and they forgot. So, you know, and I helped them pick that book. So we are terrible, terrible people. Yes, that was very cute and very sweet. And I've been loving watching it on the show, on the TV series as well. They're just too adorable. Oh, wow. I didn't realize that because, well, where I live in the UK is pretty homophobic. So they don't really do anything. The last Pride event, they do a Pride event every summer. And last year they had almost more security than they had people go to the event. And someone tried to, like, overnight, they tried to rip down all the decorations and they were arrested for taking down all the decorations and things. Like, I went shopping last week and they had Shuggy Bane, I think it was that book. It was a book that had two guys kissing on the cover, and someone had turned it round so that the blurb was facing. And when I was like, oh, why is that book doing this? And when I turned it round, I realized it was because it was two guys kissing, and I was like, that is just pathetic. So I don't know about everywhere else, but certainly in my part, it's very Pride doesn't exist. My flags stay firmly inside. Ooh, okay, yeah, that's going onto my TBR then. Oh yeah, absolutely, that's queer. I think that's on. Yeah, I added that to my wish list last week. Look, Brittany, you've got to understand, Ren and I have silly brains that don't remember things. And it's generally the more important the book is, the less likely we are to remember. I've heard people say that it's actually better than Delilah Green, so that makes me excited. That's completely understandable. Yeah, that's it. Commercial Pride, where it's like, are you actually celebrating and supporting Pride, or are you just doing it because you'll look bad if you don't? So Ren saying, yeah, makes it weirder that they've got. Also, who is boneless by? I will not excuse your French because you're German, so that's not. But no, I totally get. I've never been to a Pride event. Even the one that we had last year, I unfortunately was working that weekend, but I was part of the organising. Like, I helped with some of the organising, and they were like in the group chat, they were talking about it, and it was really bad. But I know Birmingham Pride is this weekend, but I just wasn't able to get across. And I was meant to be working, like I said, I should have been working yesterday. So I wasn't thinking that, and I knew I was doing sprints today. So, but I'd like to go to a Pride event at some point. That would be awesome. Okie dokie, let's do another round of our, speaking of Pride and speaking of LGBT, let's do a Pride round of our silly book cover game. So again, for those of you that have just come and haven't been here for the first few rounds, I'm going to hold up a book cover. I have blanked out one of the words. You just need to replace it with a word. And basically, it's the funnier, the better. And for those of you that are doing the readathon and want to be earning points, then if I say yeah or whatever, or if I laugh or smile or whatever, then you gain 50 points that you can make a note of and put towards your giveaway form. So our first round, we have 16 souls, but 16 is blank. So we have blank souls. So come up with some new titles for this book. Something souls. Like I said, the funnier, the better. I've got to stop looking at the chat when you guys are doing this. Jonah. And if you haven't actually read this book, it's amazing. I've spoken to a few people now who have read it, and we all collectively agreed that it's one of the best debuts that's ever been written, and it's one of the best for LGBT and disability rep in YA today. And it has ghosts. It's all ghosties and stuff. Right, a few more seconds to get to your submissions, and then we will go through. And I'll start with my suggestion, which was kinky. For some reason, I was like, kinky souls. Don't know why. Right. Jonah starting us off strong with gay souls. Love it. Also, gay souls that is fitting for the characters in this. Colourful souls. Brilliant. Demon kitty souls. Okay. Rainbow souls. Sounds good. Batter fried souls. Every demon's favourite snack. Oh God. One of the books that one of my writing projects, the demons literally survive by feeding off human souls. So that's quite hilarious in the context of my book. Tasty souls. If you guys have gone down the food route, I love it. Cheese stick souls. Goblin souls, a compelling guide to your own weirdness and why you should embrace it. Oh, Jonah, there's a book actually that, because you've said goblin a couple of times, so I figure you like goblin stuff. There's actually a book called Goblin Mode that's out. It's really by Michaela Coyle, and it's non-fiction, but it's basically all about goblin core and how to live your life with your inner goblin, and it's really cute and really cool, and it has really cute illustrations, so give that a go. Don't lick souls. Dude, you said that you weren't good at this and you're slaying it. Eating Souls, Cookbook for Monsters. Swiftly moving on. You guys are amazing. Agreed. I think you're hungry. I got an arc of it on NetGalley and it's just really good. Okay, and then, I mean, my previous suggestion also fits this one. So where I said kinky, but our second and final one for this round is boys. So kinky boys. But obviously we know this as the incredible Cemetery Boys by Aidan Thomas, but I blanked out Cemetery. So what are the boys now? It's also getting really warm in this living room. I almost regret, but I have no regrets with this one. Few more seconds. I now have the song Let's Hear It for the Boys playing in my head. Like, let's hear it for the boys. Like, great. Right, okay, let's see what we got. We have Don't Lick the Boys. That's stealing Ren's idea. But also amazing. Booty Boy. Booty Boys. Half Dead Boys. Demon Daddy Boys, because why not? I'm trying to get this so it doesn't super shine. There we go. See, Pole Dance Boys. Boogie Boys. Hungry Boys. That's all of you. I'm sorry. That's all you lot. Fabulicious Boys. Slay Boys. Jonah's just lost his mind. Baked Bean Booty Short Boys. Zara Hunky Boys. Ren! Go take a shower. Oh, and go down the cute route. Bestest Boys. So yeah, everyone that submitted an answer, and yes, only one answer. Jonah, you don't get like 600 points. But if you submitted any answer there, you get 50 points for the readathon. Okay, so we're going to do... Also, now the sun's come around, you can see the blue more predominantly in my hair. It's actually starting to show better. So it's like, yay! And you can also see just how pasty pale I am. Even though in person, I'm not actually anywhere near this white. Like in person, I have started to catch the sun a bit and tan, but you can't, it's just not catching up on camera, which is really annoying. Ren is a menace, I agree. I mean, completely stupid and dirty, guaranteed you're going to get. I mean, you're halfway, just from that alone, you are now halfway to an entry for the giveaway. So, I mean, that's pretty fantastic. Whoop, whoop. Well done. Well done, guys. Okay, so I'm thinking... no, I was going to do an hour sprint. But then I was like, no, because where I talk quite a lot. So I'll stick with 45. And then that'll be the last sprint for this part, because by then it'll be 3:30. And then after we've talked and that, it'll be pretty much 4 o'clock. And that's when my uncle comes down for a couple of hours. So, and it's going to be too warm in my bedroom to relocate upstairs. So I'll just wait until he's gone again before I come back online. So we will do a 45-minute sprint now, have a chat, and then hopefully I'll be back at 6. So obviously Aussie guys will be asleep, or better be. One of the worries I had with dyeing my hair this dark, because obviously my natural, I'm very light blonde. So that red that I had before was kind of the darkest I'd ever gone. And then this is almost black when it's like when I'm indoors in the dark. And I was so worried that it was going to really go against my skin. Like when it is pale, I was like, oh, is it going to wash me out? And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of highlighting the pale, but at the same time, I think it's kind of cool. And I really like the blue, and it's making my eye, with the blue glasses and the blue hair, my eyes are just super blue right now, and I'm loving it. I think you only missed one, so you'll be on 200. Did they? Because there was one, we did one last round. No, we didn't. I forgot. So yeah, you've got 250 as well, Ren. Thank you, Jonah. You're doing a better track of that than me. Yep, go get yourself a coffee. Yep, Ren got 250. Remember all the reactions? Yes. Max, why have you not been putting suggestions? I mean, you're not in the chat, but you can be sending them to me on Discord. Excuse you, Max. I can, and I have once. I have made you, so I will make you again. So, anyway, he knows what I mean by that. He hasn't been able to get onto YouTube to post. So if I start talking Max and talking to a random person, it's because he can't log on to post comments on YouTube. So he's sending me messages via Discord. Exactly. Oh, I hate when YouTube does that. Was that for the author name for the book? Because it didn't pop up. I don't think. What can I say except you're welcome? Ah, okay. Max hasn't been putting suggestions because his internet is also glitching. I keep forgetting, obviously, Max and Ren live in the same area. So if Ren's having internet issues, there's probably a high chance that Max is also having internet issues. Right. Okay. We are on 45. So 45 minutes. See you at 3:30. I can time. I know times. See you in a bit. Hello, sorry for that. I finished, well, I got to where I wanted to get to, and I still had like 15 or 16 minutes left. So I was like, that's enough time to record my reading wrap up for May. And then I remembered that my reading wrap up, I hadn't yet worked out the order in which I'd read, like ranked the books. And I was like, well, that's annoying because normally I only have about 4 to 8 books maximum. And I had 12 for last month. So I had to very quickly work that out. And then recording the video, I'm talking at like hyper speed, and I've kind of cut out a couple of bits here and there, but it's going to be a more compact review. But I've done it. And so in that sprint, I read 30 pages and I recorded the video that will be going up probably on Wednesday. So yeah, let me know in the comments how you guys got on. I'm now on I've hit part 3 that I wanted to get to, but just look how many tabs are in this book currently. It's ridiculous. There are so many. I haven't been annotating. I've just been reading because I've got a feeling I will be going back to this at some point, and I will be doing full annotations. But for this time, I just wanted to read it. But it's kind of, I've picked 2 colors. Blue is just for sort of important information or things that I might want to refer back to at some point. And then red are things that actually make me have a reaction, like either like I've laughed or I've gasped, or there's just like, it's getting a bit like, ooh la la kind of thing. And you can kind of tell the start of the book was predominantly blue. And then as we're getting in, it's getting a bit more red. And then in the last like 4 chapters, it's pretty much exclusively red tabs. Because there are a lot of moments in this with a certain Merlin that I kind of love. And I'm just like tab, 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 tab. So yeah, I'm quite happy with that. And I worked out that since I started the sprints at 9, despite a couple of distractions, it's like I've recorded 1 video, edited a video, and read 160 pages. So I'm like, that's not too bad for 6 hours when I wasn't feeling amazing this morning. And I've been dealing with hay fever at the same time. So I'm like, I'm quite happy with that progress. And I mean, that's not even 6 hours solid because obviously we've been chatting. So it's probably about 4 hours of actual reading and stuff. So I'm quite happy with that. Brittany was asking about YouTube, but we got there in the end. So it was Coyote by J.M. Edwards. I think that was for Ren. But I haven't heard from Ren for a little while, so I've got a feeling they might have gone to bed. I wouldn't be surprised. Also, Max, if you're still with us, let us know how you got on. Series is Ember Bones. There is something glinting. Oh, it's a plate. I've got a plate on the chair that's glinting in my face. That's always good. Got my coffee, drank my coffee, doom scrolled on the clock app. Oh, don't. Oh, I can't rewatch it because it's not on Netflix anymore. They took it off. I think. I'm pretty sure they removed it, and I was so angry. And I don't want to buy it. But yes, Once Upon a Time is one of my all-time favorites, and I wrote a couple of fanfics for it, and I still like my Alice in Wonderland retelling is partly inspired by some of the storylines within Once Upon a Time, and it's so good. The Neverland series 3 with Peter Pan and Neverland is just one of the best series of TV ever all time, and you will never change my mind. Got 31% of Foul Lady Fortune. Let me just say the banter is quality. Amazing. I think I did a video recently where I was looking at how I rate my books. And while I was doing that video, I realized that I very much go for dialogue, characters, and atmosphere. And it's like, as long as a book has got really good relationships between characters, like really good banter, really good dialogue, and has got really good, lovable characters, or even if you hate the characters, like there's a reason for it. I've worked out that is exactly my jam, which is probably why I really like authors like, you know, Sebastian de Castell, V.E. Schwab, because their plots might not be fantastic and their world building might not be as dense and intricate as a lot of others, but their characters are just so good. They just stick with you, and the way that they write those characters and sort of stuff that they get up to is just brilliant. Zara has muted me so she can finish her book. Absolutely go ahead. Do not worry about that. I've also noticed I've started to go quite red in the face because I'm getting a bit warm and hot and excited. Not in that way, like, because I'm talking to you guys and I'm like, hee. But it's also the room. I think the thermometer said that the room's now reading at 23 and I've only got the back door open, so I should probably go and open another window at some point. Oh, that's a shame. That happens to me start of this week, like Monday through till last night. I really, every time I was like, I'm going to go to bed and read, I'd pick up my book and be like, or I could play a game on my phone. Or I can watch K-pop videos on TikTok. And then last night, it just suddenly got me with blood marks. And then today I've just been, as soon as I put it down, I'm like, I want to pick it back up again. Oh, that's awesome. It might be on Disney Plus, but I don't want to pay for Disney Plus. I can afford it now with my new job, but for like the last year, the only streaming service I've had access to has been Netflix, and that's because my uncle pays for it through his like Virgin Media box. So that's the only way that I've been getting on to any sort of streaming, which is probably why I've been on so many K-dramas, is because there's just loads on Netflix. But yeah, that's the only thing I've had access to. But I might think about doing Disney Plus, especially as I really want to do another Grey's rewatch, Grey's Anatomy. And yeah, at least once a year I rewatch that. Yeah, my thing is I don't own any DVDs. I don't own CDs. The only thing that I own like that are books, because the rest of it I just don't listen. I've got Spotify. Oh, I have Spotify, which is technically streaming, but I've got Spotify and I've got everything I need music wise on my phone, and video wise sometimes it's annoying when I've not been able to get the film that I want. But yeah, I don't like having shelves and shelves and shelves of DVDs and stuff. And I did try to keep it so my shelves are just for my books. Two spies who have a fake marriage. Oh, Foul Lady Fortune, yeah. Thing is, though, is it a follow-on or is it a companion to These Violent Delights, which I DNF'd the series because I just didn't get on with. I liked Benedict and Marshall and I was invested in them, and that was it. I didn't really care about anything else, and I also I wasn't a fan of Chloe's plot because I just felt it was very confusing, so I didn't continue it. But that still sounds really, really good. How to Bite Your Neighbor and Win a Wager. Idiots to Lovers. Okay, that's one that I'm going to send to Ren. Bear with. Would help if I take a photo of the screen and not myself. Grey's Anatomy isn't even my guilty pleasure. I am an out-and-out stan. I've been watching it. I was 14 when the first episode came out, and I remember sitting and watching it with my mum. She let me stay up because it started at like 9 o'clock, which at that time, 9 p.m. was my bedtime because I had school the next day. And we were both excited because we watched a show called Casualty over here. And so Mum was like, oh, you can stay up to watch it with me. And we were hooked from the very first episode. And like, oh no. Well, at least she's outside. I think my cat has a hairball. Oh well, I'll deal with that in a bit. I'm not comfortable doing that, unfortunately. I might give it another go then, because it might. Yeah, I might give it another go. I was kind of, as a kid, I had tons of books. Then I went through about a 10-year period where I barely read, and all of my shelves were DVDs and CDs and things. Because I went through a massive music phase in my teens. And then I realized that, you know, all of that music I can just have on my iPod. So I was like, well, my MP3 player at the time, I had like one of those little ones that had a cap on it. So you just pulled the cap off and it had the USB that you plugged in. Like, I had one of those for years. And then my friend had, his parents bought him 2 iPods, like the iPod Nanos. His parents bought him 2. So he gave me one for my birthday. And I used that for about 8 years. And then when I got this phone 3 years ago, I now just use Spotify and stuff. I love how you can just see all the stickers that my niece decorated it with. Every time I babysit, my niece decorates my phone. So I now have Peter Rabbit, Zorg, whatever it's called, and Peppa Pig. I never got into ER. I think I was a little bit young for ER because I was like, I think 11 or 12 when that ended. But yeah, I've watched quite a few. Grey's Anatomy is obviously the GOAT for me. A lot of people hate the new series. I quite like it. I'm less enjoying how political it's gotten. It kind of sometimes feels more like I'm getting a lecture than actually just watching a show that was about doctors and entertainment. So, but I also understand it is discussing really super important societal challenges. So I'm like, I can kind of get behind that as well. But I can understand why a lot of people gave up after sort of a certain point. Yeah, New Amsterdam, I started that, haven't really caught up with that. The Good Doctor I've been watching. I'm watching one that's a Korean one right now, which is called Dr. Cha. And it's kind of like a medical comedy drama thing. Not quite comedy as in like Scrubs, but more just that it's a silly storyline set in a hospital, but that's been really good. So I've been, yeah, I don't watch them as much these days, but yeah, I do enjoy them. These days I've been into mushy, gushy romances for some reason. Wow, the Sony Walkmans, yeah. I had the Sony Ericsson phone that when you slid it up, it had a little keyboard. They were cute. I thought I was like hot shit for that. Okay, so I think everyone's done some really good reading so far. Like I said, I think I'm going to take a couple of hours break. I do need to go take a couple of tablets because, again, like I said, I feel the hay fever starting to flare up again. So I'm going to go take some tablets for that. And I'm going to go get some dinner and probably watch the race for the next couple of hours with my uncle. So if I come back, I'm hoping to come back. I don't want to not be back today. But if I do come back this evening, it will be from 6 p.m. BST. So like for those in Germany, that'll be like 7. Those in America, it'll be sort of like 12, 1 o'clock-ish, I think, about then. But I'm New Seasons of Grey doesn't even have a Grey anymore. Yes and no, she still does the narration. But yeah, I'm intrigued to see what they're going to do with that. I'm wary to schedule it because at the moment it's very 50-50 as to whether I will be back or not. So I don't think I'm going to schedule them, but I will, if I am going to be on, I will post on Discord and obviously on Instagram, and I'll just give like a 30-minute warning before I come back. And then if I'm not, I will obviously still post on those and just be like, I'm really sorry, guys, I'm not feeling up for it. So I will let you know one way or the other. About 5:30. So in about an hour and a half, I will let you know if I'll be back. But I feel I also need to go and take a break. Sitting on this chair doesn't do very good things for my back and my body, and I need to go sit on the couch for a bit. But that, yeah, I'm sure the link is in the announcement video. I'm 90% certain I put a link to the Discord. I definitely have said about it. Hang on. Let me go onto my channel. Where are we? Readathon announcement. Is the link not there? Oh no, maybe there isn't. Okay. So, oops. Oh, I know where I've gone wrong. I know what was wrong. It was because we announced the Discord on Ren Sprints and they put the link in. So there is a Discord for the Readathon. I am so sorry. I thought I'd been better on that. Okay, I think we're probably... Bear with. I am going to post it in the chat now for you. Oh my god, why can I not do this? Where is my brain? My brain is not. Invite people. There we go. Okay. I did wonder why you weren't on there yet, Jonah. But the point I'm trying to make, please, did that link pop up for everyone? Just let me know. Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make, that I will make, is if I'm not back this evening, I'm not working tomorrow, so Monday. So I know a lot of you probably will be at work and stuff, but I will come on tomorrow evening for a bit to make up for not being on this evening. So if I'm not on sort of 6 p.m. tonight, I will come on sort of 6 p.m. tomorrow. And that is a promise. And if I don't do it, then you guys can like throw stuff at me through the computer. Yes. And as I said, there is a schedule of events on like the Discord and other things as well. I posted it. Wow, that was fast. Hi, Jonah. We have... I'm just getting the schedule up myself because I've written it down somewhere, but it's not in front of me. Because we know that I am super smart and don't think these things through. But yeah, the next sprints will be on the 8th. So that's on Thursday. I will be on at 5 p.m. UK time. So if I'm not in on Monday, I'll be there on the 8th. And then on the 14th, so next Wednesday, I'll be back and I'll be in my morning again. So that'll be sort of evening for the Aussies. So, you know, you've seen the schedule. It's up on Instagram. It's on the Discord. So I will be updating it as well. Every time I get my work shifts through, I'm updating it. So far, there's not been any major clashes, apart from obviously these were meant to be yesterday. But, you know, we got there in the end. You're welcome. I'm really hoping to, but like I said, it will be this week at some point. But yes, thank you to everyone for being here with me. This is my first live sprints that I've done since my birthday in January. So I think that might also be why I'm now really starting to flag, because, you know, I've gone from nothing to 6 hours in one go, whereas most people tend to do 2 or 3 hours of sprints in one go. So I don't sprint often, but when I do, I tend to just like massively overdo it. So yeah, I've got a feeling, actually, I'm just going to say it because I don't want to disappoint people. I'm just going to say it. I think I am going to do it. I'm not going to come back today. I'm going to take the rest of this evening to have a break, rest up, and I will come on tomorrow evening and do like 3-4 hours tomorrow, if that's okay with everybody. Because thinking about it, I'm just like, that actually makes way more sense rather than force myself to come on tonight and potentially trigger a migraine when I'm coming on when I'm not really ready. And I know multiple people who will yell at me for doing that. Yeah, like Brittany just said, take care of myself, rest, listen to my body. So I am going to end it here today. And I am sorry that I haven't gone for the full 12 hours. But it's a lesson I've learned that I will just sort of go for 6, and then in future I will say that I'm only doing 6, and then if I go over, I'll just keep going. And then the only one that will be is the last day absolutely will be sort of all through the day. But we could talk about that later in the month. But either way, thank you so much for tuning in, whether this is your first time joining my sprints or your 500th time joining my sprints, even though I've only done live sprints like 5 times. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for being here. Thanks for reading with me. And hopefully I'll see you on the Discord. I can already hear a few people blipping and blooping on the Discord. No, you were in before. You definitely appeared. Has that been you bleeping and bleeping? Oh no, Max is also messaging. Max is proud of me for prioritizing my health. Not gonna lie, there is partly I'm stopping because I'm scared of Ren. And I want them to keep, like, you know, talking to me. Thank you guys for the fun time. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'll see you either tomorrow evening, or if you aren't around tomorrow, oof, that sucks. Well, I'm glad you're here and in. Yeah, if you're around tomorrow evening, I'll see you then. Otherwise, I will see you on Thursday. And if you're still here and you're Australia based and you're still listening in, then I will see you guys probably more on the 14th. So in 10 days. But yeah, I hope you all enjoy the rest of your Sunday, however long you've got left of it. I hope you have a fantastic week ahead, and I will see you next time. Bye.